Hey guys. Okay, so we're still in the end game of things, picking up where we left off in Elden Ring here. So I want to try a couple of different things. When I first initially redid my stats for my build, I didn't have the gear that I have now, where I went back through the game quite a bit and like got all this really cool gear and like all this different stuff that I have now. So I want to redo my stats again. And I want to do sort of what I did initially, like my initial thought for my initial build that I did, like way back. Like I actually had the right idea, I think. I just, again, didn't have the gear that I have now, where there was just a lot of gear that I was personally missing, having skipped some things and now having gone back and done those things. Now, I want to sort of get not exactly back to the way my build was, but almost to it. So I'm going to do somewhere in between. I'm going to probably experiment a little bit. So we'll see how this goes. I have a rough idea of what I want to do here written down. So let's do this here. So we gotta go back here to redo our build, and I'm gonna put. Hold on, let me write this down again because I don't have it on this page, so I'm gonna write it down on this page. All right, let's see here. I'm just writing it down again. I personally write it down so that way I can always have a point to come back to if I like how I did it before. Okay, so now that it's written down, I'm gonna go ahead and redo this.
Is it thy wish to yet again be born anew? Now, bear this sweeting into life anew.
Okay. So before, I had a lot more health. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to put some points in vigor, a bit more than what we had in here. And so we'll start maybe with, I don't know, like 55. Now here's what I'm going to take down a bit. I think I'm going to put this at, like, 50. So that way I can get some more points elsewhere. Yeah, now, I think for endurance, this is where I want to actually put a little bit more. I want to try that a little bit. So I'm just going to put a little bit more in endurance. Probably 20, maybe. Yeah, no. My... I do use my left hand, so I don't know. Maybe I'll just put a couple of points there. But mainly with Dex, I'm considering... So, as much as I like this increase in my spell casting time and stuff like that, I am considering reducing that a good bit, but not like a lot, because this is the build that I'm going for. I like my quick spells. So I think I'm going to take this down to 30 and we'll see what that does. Am I using my... If I'm not using my spell reduction cast time, talisman, the talisman that reduces spell casting time, I will possibly look into that too. But I wanna at least try this like this. And again, the whole point was initially I had a lot more health, and again, I didn't have the gear that I have now, the awesome gear that I'm finding now. So I want to get it a lot closer to what I had it to initially. Now I am fine with my my intelligence where it is. I don't really care about arcane or faith. Now I have quite a few points to mess with here. I might actually put those in Dex and Endurance and see what happens. Because I wanted to take some out of Mind and see what would happen. Now, I do like my Focus being higher, but... You know what I mean? Because it's increasing your mana, like just the more mana that you have. But now that I have more flasks, we'll see. I wonder... So taking that all the way up to 99, that puts my magic at 206. Look at the immunity increase, though. Is that from that? Oh, that's just overall. But I mean, some of it is. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. I was gonna say, why would intelligence increase immunity? I mean, maybe, but... Is that from mind? Yeah, I think it is. So, alright, let me do some intelligence, I guess, for magic. That's quite a bit. You know what? I'm gonna leave that where it is, and I'm gonna do endurance and Dex a little bit. Just so that I don't have to lose so much with Dex. But I wanted to take some out of Dex. We'll put some more in Vigor. Alright. I'm fine with that. I can do this,
full, fine, and fair.
I can do this, I think,
My thanks
3 more times?
for being born of my beloved egg.
I had quite a number of them.
Time and time again.
Let me make sure. Actually, also, let me check something here. So I do not have it equipped. That's potency of sorceries. I might have to consider that. Now that I did that, I might replace it with this. But we'll try it first. But yeah, oh, that's increases memory slots. Which one is it? Which one is it? Not sure. Feel a little about it, because I honestly don't know. It's alright. We'll figure it out. But like I said, I may switch these. Oh, I am using it. It's right there. Duh. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm stupid. It was a moment right there. It's right there. So, okay. Let's go check this out. Now, let me... Oh, wow, look at my health. Wow. Wow. You see that health? What a difference. That's sort of what my health used to look like. Sort of. So, alright. Let's go test this out, I guess. Somewhere familiar. Somewhere familiar. Alright. Yeah. Doesn't really seem to affect much. Huh. But I have more health. And that's the important thing. Like, that's my big thing, is like, I needed more health. Because remember, I had a lot of health before, but then I lost a lot of it respecking, just trying to get more points and this and that. And you know what? It's fine. So and I have these other spells now too. Remember, I didn't try the end boss when I had some of these spells. Remember? Like some of these new spells, like the Ice Crag. Oh, by the way, too, let me tell you something. So, apparently, you can finish the game, and you can choose to not, like, you can finish the end boss, and you can choose to not New Game Plus right away. Apparently, there's an option where you just hit no, or something like that, and then you go to the hold, and then you can New Game Plus at any point, which allows you then to play through the rest of the game, play Erdtree and stuff like that. And so that's why I was a little concerned initially, and why I was even doing Erdtree, was because I didn't know I could do that. So that's my fault for thinking that I'm necessarily at the level I need to be for Erdtree, because now knowing that, I can understand Erdtree being, because some people have been sitting here just getting, so many levels so that they can, you know what I mean? That would make sense. And so, I can accept that now, knowing that that's the option. I thought, it was all in, like, you know what I mean? So, I didn't realize that at first. I'm still eating my peanut butter sandwich, by the way. So, I might actually... What's my rock sling look like? That's not bad at all. It's fine. It's not bad at all. I still might reduce my dex even more when it's that good. I might take it down to 30 and put some more in vigor, like spread it out maybe. put 5 in mind, 5 in vigor. Just for the extra, because I don't have a lot of mana. I really don't. So let me see how many larval tears I have left. Because you can't do this too many times. And once you've gotten them, you've gotten them. I think there's a finite amount in the game. Don't panic yet. Because usually they're just like somewhere that I can't see them. They definitely don't look like they're there, do they? I think they're just somewhere I can't see them. There they are. I have... That counts too. So I found out there's this other one that looks like that instead of like this. They're the same thing. So, I have 6 more I can do. So that's fine. That's not that big a deal. Interesting. So yeah, there you go. I need to look at this too. I got a bunch of these. Wait, what? Wait. Does that say... Is that really what I think it... Does that mean what I think it means? Well, it's time to find out. Yeah, it's time to find out. Because I need to do... This is what I have to do. This is the end. This is what you got to figure out. Is your build working? You know, like, it might work for all this, it might work for all this, but is it working for that ridiculous end boss? Because I looked it up. What I did look up, I'll be honest with you, what I did look up is this a, like, sort of like a trick fight, where like, is there, like, a trick to... No. Nope. This is skill. I'm going to use that. I'm going to get rid of that. So, eliminates all FP consumption. Is that, like, is that for real? That can't be for real. Oh, I need to use it first. Oh my god, it's for real. Oh my god. I simply have to use that, and I won't... Oh, but that... It doesn't last very long. What's the cooldown? You see it went away pretty quick. So I wonder if you're supposed to use it for like a really, really, really ridiculously channeled spell. You know, like one of those absurd spells like what I have. You know what I'm saying? Now that we have these. I mean, they are ridiculous. Alright, try this out. Woo! Oh, what? Wait. That's cool. That's pretty cool. is just not enough for that. Okay, there we go. That's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, I like that. Can I get 2 guys with it? Hold on. I can. Sweet! Cool spell. I don't know that it's really, like, too useful anymore now that I am at the end of the game, but it's definitely really cool. Had I found out about that sooner. No, I like it a lot. I might stay on the rotation. So a lot of this here is incantations and faith. All this stuff is faith and arcane builds. Like the dragon stuff. That is all faith stuff. So, like, I won't be able to do any of that. Any of the black stuff, that's faith. All that stuff. I can do this, though. The rolling magma. Well, I don't have 12 faith anymore, but I could do that. That is a good spell. I do like it. I used that on Godskin Duo, if you guys remember. It's a good spell. It literally explodes and drops crap on the ground that they, like, run into and stuff. Like, it's a really good spell. It's better than you'd think. I might have to do that. I might have to add that back in, because that is a really good spell. Don't underestimate rolling magma. Lucidity. Alleviates buildup of sleep. Oh, madness. Okay. Well, now I know I have that. I didn't even realize I had that. Oh, right. Enchants right hand armament with frost. Let me see what that's about. I don't remember exactly what that's about. So, like, if I'm using my flail? Oh, no, it doesn't work for that. Sword, probably, right? Yeah, it's not gonna let me. So it's for sword, then. Yeah, like, specific things. We already talked about how, like, this one here, a lot of people didn't know how to use this one, too. I honestly didn't know that. And one day, actually just on my Xbox, when I was playing, like, way back, I just, like, did it to, like, a random short sword that I had. And that's what it is. You have to... So, like, some of them are sword specific. As you can see, if I bring up the spell, see how it's, like, grayed out and my caster just sort of doesn't do anything? If I can find it. I have a specific sword that it does, in fact, work with. Is it this one? No, it's this one, right? Oh, right. I have to actually have the sword equipped. No. It's one of these. It might be that one. It does say that it's the magic one. I just don't think it is, for some reason. Let me try it. No. It works for one of these. It is that spell, right? I think it is. But yeah, it's one of these, and I had it going the one day when we were on the stream. It just makes the sword, like, do a bit more damage, it's all glowy and stuff. Does it work with this one? I wonder if it works with this one. Oh, that would have been awesome, because that's the, by the way, this is that sword, if you're wondering, the sword that I was using for a while, it's, like, really awesome. Like really fast. That's the one. It is really good, but I like the flail. Ah shit. Just wish I knew which sword it was. That's how specific it is. Seriously, like it is just one of these swords. I should remember which one. Thought for sure it was one of those. One of these 4. Did I try them all? They look the same. They really do. But then, like, it'll just work. Wait. I'm stupid. It's right hand, isn't it? I'm stupid. I think it's right hand. That's the problem. So, like, you have to not only do you have to get the right hand, you have to get the right sword. That's why. Yeah, that's why. So, let me put my jelly shield back. Not that I've been using it lately, but it's nice to have it there. I'll just replace this one really quick. And I do think it's like one of these, so I'll just pick one of those. And then I gotta put a wand in this hand, right? That's what I gotta do, right? Well, something to cast with, right? Just something. And then whatever you pick, obviously it scales with that. So wasn't it which staff was I using for a while? I thought it was this one. Maybe it was this one. I know I'm using that one now. It doesn't matter. But okay, so now that I have that in the right hand. Yep. So can you see it? If you see now, it's ready to be cast. It's not grayed out. Okay. See? There you go. So, like, it really does work. It's just that specific, man. And yeah, the sword sucks. It really does. The spell is cool. So, you get the point. Pretty cool. Anyway. Where is... What did I replace? My sword. My sword is gone. Where is my flail? There it is. Flail's awesome. Oh, I put it in the wrong hand, didn't I? I'm stupid. I'll put it over here. Yep, there we go. That works. There we go. I love the flail. This flail is so cool. And I still need... Or no, wait. No, I did max it out, didn't I? Didn't I finally use my somber... Let's go check. Let's go see if I use my somber ancient. Oh god, I did it again. So my Mimic is all the way upgraded. However, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna... Yeah, it's not gonna be. Yeah. So I think it did. At least for now, I don't see it there, so, you know what I mean? Like, it should show up.
I see.
I need to level up. Where is... Who is, like, the tankiest one? I don't see... I thought I had, like, a knight. There he is. Is he like super tanky? Cause like I want to try using a tankier one. Like it's cool that I have these now too, and I did level them up. But I kind of want to try. Well, I mean, these are just runes, so I may as well do that. But I kind of want. Well, it is using those glow words too, but I have those. I want to level him up and try him. So I'm gonna do him a few times, and let's go get some glove. I need two fours. Hold on, let's go get some here. Twin Maiden Husks should have at least up to 4, I think. More than likely, even more than that. Yeah, 6. So I need 2 of these. 2 of these. Oh, you know what? I don't know that I need 2 of those. I just know that I need 4s. It's possible I have the other ones. I could look, but I'm just gonna use it. Oh, I'm stupid. Dirt, bleh, dirt.
I see.
Yeah, I need a 5. I need 2 5s. I need 2 5s. And probably 2 6s, so I should probably just buy them. I'll just buy them this time. I probably need the 6s, let's be honest. If I don't got the 5s, I don't got the 6s, more than likely. Alright. We'll get 2 5s. And we'll get 2 6s. That was too bad. Now, as far as runes, I may not have enough runes now, because I just used a lot of runes. So I'll probably be able to upgrade one, but not the other. In which case, we'll just go take something out and try out one of them.
I see.
In the meantime. Okay, so let's do the night. Yeah, I'll come back and do this one, because I did want to get that one. They seemed the same to me. They really did. Like, from the other one that I had, if you remember, that I got that was like that, they really seemed really similar to me. Like, similar attacks and stuff, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't... It really seemed that way. Oh, I can't summon here. Forgot about that. Oh my god. I'll never understand two buttons for a map. Never. It helps if I equip him. That helps. Oh, I forgot about them. They're really cool. I did forget about them. They are really cool. All right. Let's try the knight here. So the knight's at +6. Here we go, knight. What's up, dude? Show me what you got. He's not that tanky. I'll bet the end boss like gets him down to half health in 1 minute. Bet you. He's not that tanky. I want Alexander the Jar. I want him. I wish I could summon him on the final boss. He's awesome. Go get him. I want to see what you can do, dude. Come on. See, he's not even one-hitting him. I mean, I can level him up, but he's not going to get that much higher than that. Alright. Time to experiment. Just trying to plan this out, you know? I mean, what you got to. What else could you do? We're just trying to plan this out. Like I said, I got all this gear now. Now I'm trying to plan, you know? It's like now I went back through and I got a bunch of gear. Now I'm trying to plan. I'm pretty sure that we already discovered that her attack is very similar to that of the dude with the jar in his head. What is she doing? Yeah, she kind of sucks. I'm not leveling that one up anymore. Is that, does she heal me or something? Is that what that was? I mean, I guess that's useful, but still. The Mimic? So I will say that, like, even the internet considers the Mimic the best one. The problem with the Mimic, the big problem with the Mimic is you know how to use your build, and you can have a bunch of stuff on your bars and stuff and maybe get through it because you're experienced at that. But the Mimic will sit there, and if you have random spells on there and you got randoms, it will use that. It will not necessarily use what you want it to use. And so that's the big downfall of the Mimic, the big negative side to that. So as much as I enjoy this, oh, and also uses a huge chunk of health initially. But that is why I wanted to get some of that health back, so it's not like I'm you know, one shot by that end boss. And now I have better spells, too. Like, the Glintstone Ice Crag is great. See, like, obviously there's no replacement for that. Yeah, I mean, now that I have better gear, my Mimic's probably just a lot better now. That probably had a lot to do with it. And I'll try to I'm gonna take off Freezing Mist. I'm gonna put, like, useful things on there. Maybe, you know, like, I just gotta do that. I gotta plan how I want to do that. But my Mimic is, I think he's done. I think he's leveled up. Yep, plus 10. Because that's it. That's all you got, I think. Yep, plus 10. Yep, that's all you can do. Well, except, I think a torch... I think a torch and, like, some other things can go way past that, right? Like, I know my torch is, like, plus 24 or something. Yeah, plus 23. So, like, some stuff. But, like, I couldn't go past plus 10 with my... Like, it just disappears off the list. Once I use that final one. And, you know, it indicated that I used it. I think there was, like, an initial thing that said that I used, that I maxed something out or something like that. Okay. I do still have, if you remember, I do still have a Sight of Grace here. But one thing I will say is I don't necessarily plan on wanting to go back here for a while. I think I'm just gonna try to... I have no idea how to get the Sight of Grace that seems like it's floating there. Even though I know it's not. So, but other than that, I don't think I'm going back there for a little bit. I think what I'm gonna do is just prepare. Actually, I'm gonna redo this build one more time, like I talked about, and see if I notice a difference. Like I said, taking 10 out of Dex and splitting it up, 5 in Vigor and 5 in Mind. Right? That's what I wanted to do. Yeah. So let me do that. Is it the same as this? Okay, I have to write it down because it's not. I made some adjustments. I could actually take a couple out of strength too. I don't really need that. I was going okay with 8 strength, but yeah, I mean, like, that's the point. You really don't. You want those to be minimal, the ones you don't use for your class. Just like I have now. If I want magma, I do have to increase my faith back up to 12 again. So that might be where I'm gonna get the points. Actually, that might be a good point. I'm gonna do that. So that way I can add magma to it. My Mimic can use magma, because I know that's a good spell. Because I used that to my advantage on Godskin Duel. That was very useful, trust me. Alright, so let me do that. Alright, Dex is 40. And 9. Okay, so I don't know where it's coming from, but that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna initially just put faith at 12. Let me just double check. Yeah. Yep, we're gonna put Faith at 12. It really is a good spell. It really is.
Is it thy wish? Now, there.
Okay. So Faith is now at 12. Again, I'm gonna take at least 10 out of Dexterity. So Dexterity is going up to 30 now. So Dex is going up to 30 now. And all right, so let me just add these back in. And okay, I see. Yeah, I see how that happened. Okay. Now I see it. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. So let's go ahead and put that again. We're going to take 10 out of Dex at least. So again, I'm going to put 5 into Vigor and 5 extra into Mind. And then Dex will go up to 30 now. Strength can stay at 8. Like I said, we need the points anyway. Maybe I'll just take 3 out of Endurance. We'll put that at 22 to make up for it. Yep. That's about right. Okay. All right. Let's give that a shot. And again, that'll give me enough for my magma spell. So we're gonna go ahead and just try that right away and see the difference here. Let's see. All right. Oh, let me, I gotta take this off. I don't want freezing mist on there. This can come off to... I wonder if there are anything else on here that I could put that's actually halfway decent. Now, you know what? That's good. I don't want to load it up. Only good spells for the final. And that's actually a good... I'm even okay with that, because it's pretty quick. FP cost is only 12. That's solid. Alright. So let's just immediately do a direct comparison here. I don't seem to be losing any. Let me try Rock Sling. Okay. Yeah, like it's a little bit noticeable now. It is. But that's not too bad. That's really not that bad. That might be doable. see something here. Let's see how long this takes. See, that's rough because that was a lot of reason I did reduce it before was that particular spell. Because that spell is very good and it does take a little bit. It could be worse though. I think it's worth giving it a shot the way it is. Yeah, that works. All right. It's a great spell. I wonder if, since I'm not seeing like the clumps, I wonder if it happens if I raise my faith more than like just the baseline for the spell. 'Cause I'm not really seeing it, but it could just be like an increased chance as you increase the... I don't know. I don't know that that would matter. But you never know. With Elden Ring, I mean, jeez. There's a lot of unknowns, you know, so it's possible that that's why I'm not seeing that, because I don't know if you guys remember, but like that was what was happening, was like even on Godskin Doe, that's what happened was I kept using that and it would just explode once in a while, and all these lumps of lava worms would just, like, not really worms, but like clumps of lava, like the lava worms, would just be laying there, and they would like run into it and stuff, and yeah, like flat out it was helping. That's why it's called rolling magma, because it would actually do that. But you can channel it like I am, so I mean that's fine. It's still a good spell, as you can see. Pretty much every bit as good as Glintstone Ice Crag. I mean, consider the fact it's still two-hitting them like that is, right? Like, I mean, almost one when I channel it. Look at that. And on my Glintstone Ice Crag. And even Pebble, we got rid of the mob, so we can do a direct comparison here to Pebble. But honestly, like rolling magma, Astrologer is very. I'm finding out a difficult caster class because again, a lot of the more. You just have more options with Faith build, I think. But there's still some, like, I honestly think these are some of the coolest spells Astrologer has. I really think they're super cool. And I love that it's Astrologer, you know, and like you have this flail too. You know, like, that was so cool. And it fit the class. But anyway, let's do a direct comparison here. Yeah, so the Ice Crag is still a little bit better, as you can see. And flat out, The, I'm sorry, I said rolling. The roiling magma is, 817 for a non-channeled hit. And then when I channel it, jeez, 1135. So, you see the difference, like, it is a really good spell. I mean, obviously it's not Rock Sling. Here's Rock Sling. And then if all three hit him at once, it would have one hit him. Just that they hit him at an angle. So yeah, Rock Sling is still like the hardest hitting, next to Full Moon. Next to Full Moon. Full Moon's the hardest hitting, technically. It is. It really is. If you use... See, because I have used this staff, the meteorite staff, that is what you should use for Rock Sling, and I was using that because that scales with the leveling. But this is the thing for the Full Moon. It even specifically states boosts Full Moon sorcery. So that's why that Full Moon spell that I'm doing, that Renala's Full Moon, is doing more damage than you'd probably be used to seeing. That's why, is because I'm using this particular staff, and it's, Full Moon sorcery is, yeah, I may as well just say it's Glintstone. Like it clearly goes hand in hand. So, I just use that, and it works fine. I mean, probably if I switched to my actual Glintstone staff and kept that here instead of the sword, it might make a little bit of a difference, but I don't know that it would be a whole lot. I can try it. Remember which one I was using. Oh, there it is. I can try it, but again, I don't think... Now, if you notice, this staff can go... If you notice, this one is 25 plus. So the Academy Glintstone staff, you can do that with. So if you see that, like, again, some things you can, but a lot of things are going to be the plus 10. Because it's that good. Usually that means it's probably better. It's, you know what I mean? So you don't have to get it all the way up to that. But anyway, wait, let me just... So the sorcery scaling on this is 347. That's the Academy Glintstone staff. Sorcery scaling on this... Oh, wow, still 347. Or, oh, no, I'm sorry, 374. 374. So it is a higher sorcery scaling, even though it says plus 10. So, like, that's where you have to notice that stuff. And Meteorite Staff, it's lower, but you're still, again, it still works for the boost gravity sorcery, so you still want to use that. But yeah, the sorcery scaling is still lower, but you're still doing more damage with the gravity spells because of the boost gravity sorcery. So anyway, let's do a comparison here, and let me see how much this does now with the Glintstone Staff. Yeah. Yeah, 3 hits. So this is better. It took 3 hits with Pebble. Yep. It's just better. All there is to it. And that's why I rationalized that the moon sorcery, again, it can go hand in hand, but a lot of the reason for that is what I just said, where this is a better item because you can rationalize you can only get it up to plus 10. It's not plus 25. So that's where you know, oh, that's the better item. And yeah. Yeah, basically. So anyway, let me get my sword back. So I know I'm doing the right thing there. There it is. I need to sell some stuff. I have so much crap in there. I cannot get over how cool this flail is. I really can't. I really can't get over how cool the flail is. I love it. I'm so glad that I got it. And definitely a cool addition to the game. Now again, these guys, once you have this spell, it works good on these guys. You know what's funny? I think I have 4 golden seeds again. Yep, I do. I have 4 golden seeds again. So, like, I need 1 more. It sucks. But that Glintstone Ice Crag, that is a phenomenal spell. I highly recommend. Phenomenal spell. In case you're wondering, Glintstone Ice Crag. Glintstone Ice Crag. Right there. Sorry. There. I like that too. That like if you get hit and it's like almost finished, like the spell's about to pop, it'll just explode on. I like that. So like it'll give you that at least. I'll take some of those. I'll obviously take that stuff off before I do the boss. Saw him coming, I was like, I know he's coming. Do you think I should take 10 more out of Dex and see what happens? You think we should, since I have the larval tears, you think we should experiment like a little bit more? I think I should. I think I shouldn't be afraid to try that. I think that's what you should do. I think that's why they give you all those larval tears in the game. And like I said earlier, don't forget that when you're looking at larval tears, first of all, apparently they're with key items, and secondly, there are a couple different kinds here, and they are separated. So again, you will have this other, like that is a larval tear. It's just another one. So it's going to use these, and then it'll use this. See that? So it's been going through these first. I think just because I got those first. What am I supposed to do with that? It's funny. I think I should. I need to grab a drink and go to the bathroom. You guys can watch the trees flicker. I'll be back. thanks so much. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate that. Alright. I got some crackers. So... Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's try it out. So I'm gonna take even more points out of dexterity, and I'm going to try to put those, divvy those points up between vigor and maybe mind or endurance. I want to look at what gets increased in the current, set of stats that I'm in. Because it'll be like different brackets, so like depending on how it goes up, I'll have to see which I would prefer, which I'd get most out of probably.
No.
So let me get some of this back up. Get all these back up. Back up to where they were. Again, all you gotta do is get them to white. Red, they're still under. So you just get them back up to white. I mean, it's showing you on the left, but I'm just saying. If you just want to hold the button. Okay, so there's where we are. Now, if we take 10 out of Dex... Maybe I'll just put that at 70. And then... That works. I don't know, I kind of like that. Hold on, let me see something. Nah. I like that. So let me write this down, because again, it is a little bit different. Since we did that before. Okay. Alright, so we're good. We are good. Let's do this.
Thou art now a sweet my then.
Alright, back I go to give this a shot. Alright, direct comparison with Glintstone Ice Crag. It seemed that much different. It is quite a bit slower now. Let me try Rock Sling. It's not undoable. It's not undoable. I think I like the way it is. I do. I think I like the way it is. However, moving forward, I may increase dexterity now. Yo, you know what I'm gonna do? I know I'm really using these things up, aren't I? One more. One more. One more. And I'm not even gonna write this down this time because I don't like it. Compared to what I know I can make it now. So let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this one last thing, and I think this will matter.
Is it thy wish? Now.
Okay. So getting this back up. It's not a huge gap there. That's the bigger gaps. But that's okay. Let me just get all these back up. Okay, now this is what I'm gonna do different. Yeah, it's not... It doesn't raise it that much. I'm taking 10 points out of intelligence. Actually, let's make it 11. Yeah, let's make it 11. Because I could use those. I'm gonna do... Because the way my build is I do use my build with faster spells for sure. So I do want more than the average amount of dex, but not too much. Now I do also want endurance because that helps my stamina, which definitely like that's sequential casting. So I need that to match up with the amount of mana that I have reasonably. It can't be too short. I think that's a decent balance. Okay, so let me just, I think this is what I want to do. I think this is what I want to do. Let me just look at something here really quick. Let me see. Alright, let's just try this. That's good. That's good enough for me. We're gonna try this. Oh, wait. I didn't bring this. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. My fault. I need my faith at 12. My fault. So that's fine. I'm still bringing my mind up by a couple points. Stamina's still going up. That's good. That's what I want. We still have focus going up. Wow, that left-hand armament goes up too. That's fine. That's better. Let's do it.
Thou art now a sweeting, Mytha.
Alright. So let me just go ahead and... Yeah, you know what? We'll just go back to where I was. That'll work. Alright. So, I guess direct comparison with Glintstone Icecrag. Much better. Like, definitely noticeable. The problem now is my stamina, though. That bar is pretty low. It's not depleting. Oh, there we go. So is it after 2 casts now? That's pretty cool. I wonder what's doing that. Yeah, it's after 2. Huh. Just the initial first one. Oh, that one did. Wonder why I was doing that. That's weird. Didn't use any stamina there. What the heck? That's odd. Wish I knew what was doing that. It's not one of my talismans, that's for sure. It might be my gear, but I don't know what it would be. Oh, you know what? Nah. Thought it was this thing, but... Alright, so let's take them all off. I wonder if I have a better gauntlet glove, whatever, than this now. Doesn't look like it. Nope, still that one. Let me see something here. Noticeable on the... Yeah, and my flasks are almost a full bar. That's doable, I think. I just want to see what rock sling looks like now. Oops. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Nah, that's doable. Yeah, that is still doable for my quick cast time. So I had the right idea. I think initially I just didn't have this gear. You know, my initial build, how I did it, is a lot more like this. I had more in mind, I think, but I didn't have all this awesome gear that I have now. I definitely didn't have the flail. I didn't, but none of the gear that I'm wearing now, except my my gauntlets, is what I had. Even my current staff that I'm using, this thing, I didn't have that either. Like that's recent. So like just none of this stuff, like none of it, literally. This. I didn't even have that. So a lot of stuff. Again, my flail as well, which is amazing. Glintstone Arc is good too, though, because it has knockback and it's quick. I like that for groups. There you go. It worked. That was it. Finally. It worked for the mimic. Sweet. Well, this is working pretty well so far, this build. Yeah, definitely definitely found that a happy medium, I think, with this. I think there was like a rock or something there. Oh, yeah, just like a mound of stuff. A mound of ulcer. An ulcerated mound. Sounds like a magic card. It's is it a wall? It's not an artifact, that's for sure. Ulcerated mound. It's an artifact! Nah. Question is, would it be swamp or mountain? sword is cool. That's what I get for trying to use the sword. It's awesome. See, I personally, I know that not everybody is going to do it the same way. And I know that some people might do their builds where they put a lot less in mind points. I personally look at this like, just because I can't get the mana and I can't fill the bar doesn't mean that I now don't still start with extra mana. You know what I mean? Like, I can still use that initial bar when I start a boss or whatever. So, like, I realize that you have to fill the bar, and like, you're still filling it up. So it just uses more flasks if you do it wrong. And I do realize that. But what you have to realize, too, is that if you don't, you're still getting extra mana by having initially more when you start. Now, what you want to do is you want to space them out, so that way when you're doing your boss battle, you deplete, I'd say, about until at least 30%, like 2/3 of the way, basically, depleted. So that way when you use your mana flask, you're not using a second one just for like a little bit. Does that make sense? That would be like a waste of your flask. So that's what I'm saying is like, make sure if you're going to do that, you then still deplete enough, or measure it beforehand. Make sure if you're going to use 2 that it is 50%, like half and half. Otherwise, you're wasting it, and again, that needs to be. I think you're going to need your mind at 70 for that, at least. At least, I would say. Because, again, mine's not that way, and mine's at 66. Like, look at my... There's no way. 2 does not. 2 is well past... It would be about the size of my health bar. Maybe about there. Would be 2. Maybe about there. So, yeah. Probably a little over 70. And technically that's the cap, is 70. So your mana is going to be a little bit lower than your health. So then that's why I'll say, if that's what you're doing with your build, look at these. I may even want to do that. I may want to do this, instead of boosting the amount that I get back. You know, because that's what I have now. I have restoration instead of the initial amount. So I even may want to play around with that. But I'm just saying. And then there's this, too, slowly restores HP. So I might play around with that, too, instead of just having a boost of the maximum. We'll see. Raises it by 5. That would be a way to split up the points. That one talisman. But anyway, let's see what we can do here on this guy. You have to be so close when you're behind him. Yeah, you know, it's still really good. This Glintstone Ice Crag spell is still so freaking solid. Should we see what we can do with the hands? Because we obviously already know Full Moon takes care of the hands. We know Pebble takes care of the hands for me, no problem. So then Ice Crag probably just annihilates them. Let's just check it out. Yeah. I think it would have a slowing effect too, since it's an ice spell. I would assume that it immobilizes slightly. So, you know, that's pretty cool. It clearly has a knockback. I know that. It clearly has a knockback, but I would assume it has an immobilized effect. Probably not that great, but so that works. Was that just let me see if I want to do that actually. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Wow. Yeah, it is almost that's exactly what I was talking about. So now it might be about right. It's probably gonna need to be about there actually. But that's doable. So I'll just use it like at least like right around here. Just slightly below where my stamina bar is. Cool. So I'm not gonna be able to do this. Like it's don't expect me to get this right away. Don't expect me to get this on this try. Don't expect me to get it right away. Don't expect me to get it. Like it seriously is the hardest boss in the game. And again, it's not the first guy. Not at all. It's not that first guy. It's that second guy for sure. What's his name? Eternal Beast or whatever, right? Something like that. That second guy. I'm just thinking. I think I'm good. So I don't know that I've had this spell yet while facing him. So we'll have to give it a shot, the Ice Crag. Here we go. I wonder if I should wait on that. No, but my Mimic's a lot better now that I've done my class right, I think. Yeah, I wasn't making it out of that, so I just tried to heal. This ain't bad. I'm in a decent spot with resources. Alright, here we go. Man, why did it not count 3 times in a row? That matters, man. You see that? That matters. It didn't count 3 times in a row. I was like right there. I don't know. I feel like I would have gotten him because he had about 3 hits left. If those hits had counted, I think I would have gotten him. I don't know. Like that's really pretty shitty that you know you're standing right next to him, and you hit him 3 times. You use all that to hit him 3 times. It doesn't count. I saw it hit him. You saw it hit him. It's like what was happening on that first guy all those times. Where it just hits him and it just doesn't do anything. It didn't even do any damage, it was just canceling out. And I was hitting him dead on, like, his side. He doesn't have armor or anything, it just counts. That's really strange. That is really strange. Doing it again? It didn't do that the whole first time I faced it. So why is it suddenly doing it now? See what I mean? That matters, man. That adds up. That's resources, it's time. There's no way that's, like, that doesn't make any sense. 55 again. It's a glitch. I've been calling this out since I've been doing this boss battle. And it's affecting everything. See what I mean? He's just focused entirely on me now. And he hit me twice, so I have to spend the resources to do that. Like, it just affects everything. So now I won't have enough time and resources to do the end part. It's an intentional glitch. I'm not really sure what's happening to cause it, other than, again, it's kind of obviously intentional. That didn't even count at all. Did you see that? It hit him and didn't even do a single ounce of damage. That was very odd. Yeah, like, it's definitely the same glitch as when we were hitting in the side of the end boss. It's definitely glitched. Like, it's not supposed to do that. Like, he clearly doesn't have any armor. And this was what was happening before, where it was clear, like, there was obviously, like, interference. You know how, like, we've been having problems and glitches and stuff all around people showing up in chat and, like, obvious scams and stuff like that? Well, like, it's, like, super obvious, like, these random glitches happen where it just does no damage or very little damage, and it's, like, super obvious. It's, like, canceling it out. See how it's just acting, the boss battle's acting totally different than the first time, too? You notice that? Well, like, the boss doesn't really seem to be focused on what he's supposed to be focused on. He just kind of, like, doesn't have a pattern to his attack anymore. Now I don't have like nearly enough resources for the end boss like I did before. So again, it's just obvious to tell like there's like an intentional glitch where like our hits are just hitting this guy and they're just being canceled out. They're not doing nearly enough. And then that causes him to focus on me. And that hit didn't even count. So like normally it would double him over where he wouldn't do that. So like that's very clear to me something's happening there where somebody's causing that issue and it shouldn't be happening. You know, like I said, clearly we needed exactly 3 hits to get this boss. And then you know what I mean? Like he just had that much health left at the end. And then you know what I mean? Like conveniently, I proceed to get 3 hits on him that don't count in a row. It just doesn't make any sense. Yep, and I was standing exactly where I am now in relation to him. So yeah, like it's completely absurd to think that there's not interference and a glitch happening. That's why I had to do Godskin Duo off stream too. Remember how I did it off stream and just like I instantly did it? Almost like there was something going on when I was streaming. Remember that? It was kind of obvious too, like how like it just went better. Remember? I'm sure you guys watched that. You could just really tell. I think that the person doing this, like, wants you guys to think that, like, I get nervous or something. That's what they're trying to do. It seems that way. At least I got it on there. It's very clear that there's definitely an intentional, like, interference. I clear it, like, again, after, just like the first time I faced the end boss, I was clearly going to get him on the first try, so somebody had to make sure that didn't happen. Just like on this one where you saw I came in and the glitches weren't there, the first time I faced both these bosses, they acted totally different than they ever did any other time. You can tell, right? I mean, that much is very clear. So, like, that's where you can clearly see, again, I got him down to basically the amount of health that it would equal for me to get 3 hits on him. And conveniently, just prior to that, I got 3 hits in a row that would have depleted his health. So, and again, we see the nonsense in chat, too. We see that, just like before, where I called out plenty of times before where we have interference with something, and then we would see malicious nonsense in chat. And so since I'm being sort of calm about it, you see how they come in chat and like say sort of something different to try to like paint the picture and get you guys to believe it has something to do with chat or something to do with like a nervousness or something like that. And then they just sit here and scam the game. And so like this is what's been going on with the channel for quite some time. Where like it's very clear, and then like, you know, like I'll do an upload or something like that, but the scam is to, you know, I guess convince you that, you know, oh, I'm off stream, so it's you know, or something like that. Just like when somebody was if you guys remember this guy named Tyler that was in chat, and he was a troll and I eventually had to block him a long time ago. He would like sit there and chat and say things like, oh, I play better when I'm not on the mic or on the camera too, and stuff like that. Like he would say stuff like that. So like that's just the common denominator for the trolls and what they're peddling. So then that's what they latch on to. That's what was said in chat. They've been watching for a while. They've been holding on to every little tiny thing every little person's been watching has said. And so they just make that stuff kind of happen. So basically, again, I almost beat him the first time, but the only reason it didn't was because you can watch it back. You'll watch it back later, and you'll see the evidence. I hit him 3 times in a row in the side, and it should have counted. And flat out, there wasn't even a small amount of damage. It was literally completely canceled out. 3 times I hit him with full moon, too. And it didn't count all 3 times. Thus wasting the resource, thus taking the time. And I had plain clear hits. I was close. The Mimic was still alive, and he had probably about that much health left. Enough to justify maybe mounting one time and using glintstone or something, you know, just really quick. And flat out, you can see how they knew I was about to beat the boss on the first try. They couldn't stop that. They could see we fixed the build. We did some things where it's back to the way it kind of was before, where I had it and it was right. You see people, remember the first time we played him, you saw somebody in chat complaining about what are your stats or what are your, you know, points or something. Somebody's talking, you know, and it's all about preventing people from getting monetization, and that's how cutthroat this entire platform is. So basically, they do mess with your games. And especially if you're on Twitch, it's going to be even worse. But on YouTube, they still do it. So, I'm sure you can see that now, where again, there's nothing in the game where three hits in a row don't count, or they count for like 55, and there's apparently be any reason for that. It just happens. And then conveniently, you do see all the viewers that come in as I'm doing the boss, where it's like, they remember how that went, and even they're like, that does seem really weird that would be happening when you're at... You can definitely take this end boss at like 150-ish. I'm level 205. Okay? So, like, that's where even they were confused. And yeah, you can clearly see all that happening every time I face the boss. And a definitive difference between the very first time I do it on stream and every time after that. Does that make sense? Just like if I play any other game where there's been glitches or reported glitches where it's not perfect, they're taking advantage of that, where it's reported online and they know what already has happened. So they're just taking advantage of things that happened prior and making them happen again in that environment where they can do that. So that's where, like, a lot of these games I'll play for like a half an hour and something weird starts happening. I'm sure you guys noticed that. That's what we're talking about there. We're like, they've got it down. Before it was at like around like an hour and a half to 2 hours. Now they've got it down to like almost right away. Some things, if they don't know, it's about a half an hour. So it was a matter of when all the data was being spread out there about me and stuff like that, and somebody was maliciously doing that, and YouTube didn't take action and stuff like that. That's why it's very obvious that YouTube is behind it. Like, essentially, this is where you have to rationalize YouTube is behind. So basically that's why, like, we comment, like, this platform's a joke and stuff. What you have to realize is that Um, the a lot of the views and stuff are predetermined. It's all fake. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. If you show up in force where they know there are a lot of people in here, they try to raise the number. But again, if they're on some list that they have where they've decided that they're not going to monetize you to the point where they're not going to give you like a paycheck and stuff like that, even though they don't have a reason to not do that, what they're going to do is they're going to make it seem to data brokers and people that would want ads on your stuff like you don't get enough traffic. So they're just going to like put the numbers at a certain number and stuff like that. And that's what they've been doing. They've been subtracting them, and then like they, even as they show up in force and stuff like that, you guys see the this was like the bit rate shifting around. What a lot of this is them testing how they can do this without me documenting all the evidence that they're doing this, because it's super obvious with the numbers, all the stuff that you can use to track your views, it don't add up, and it never does. And that's what they started realizing too, so they started trying to mess with all this stuff as I was documenting all along. And again, it's right in line with what we see here now, where they're just trying to discredit that person that's been, kind of tracking all this and stuff like that, where they can make that person look a certain way simply by creating a scam where everybody would view that person as maybe either impatient or nervous or something like that. You get what I'm saying, where it paints this picture where people look at you a certain way instead of the actual truth. Like, what you're talking about. This really is happening. Like again, where I originally had a calm demeanor about it, but then, it's the sort of thing where they can't, they realized how disciplined I am and my mind is, so then they stalked and harassed my family and stuff involved my family. So, it got that intense, it got that cutthroat. So it actually did, too. It really did, and still is, at times. So, this is what you have to realize is that, what you see isn't always, truthful. And you never know. After seeing just how deep this goes, where, like, they're just harassing and, like, doing kind of, like, things like this, it makes you wonder how many other people on this platform are actually, like, really good at games or something like that, but they would have you believe that only Asmongold is, or only this person is, or only this person is, or something like that, just because they're screwing around with everybody else's games. And meanwhile, he gets stupid lucky on the first try on, like, all these different things. And then you have to rationalize, just like, where we played Villatro first, and then he goes and streams that, and he gets really lucky in it. And I make all the right choices, yet for some reason I still don't... You get what I'm saying? Where, like, there's plenty of times where I can show that I'm making the right choices in the games, and the randomization and the luck doesn't add up, where, like, the rarest of the rare is always what happens. Like, the worst of the worst, the rarest of the rare is what always happens. And that doesn't make any sense. It would make sense if, like, it just, maybe like a week or something like that. We're talking, like, where it escalates and it's more stuff for years and years and it just gets worse. That's a pattern. That's a pattern and attack. And so, again, where we notice with the boss, where first time I face him, totally fine. Except until, again, right at that last moment where they know I'm going to do it, they can clearly see I have enough resources left. I'm focused. They're like, ah, shit. You see people acting weird in chat. You see, it's all a mind game. It's to see if I react and to get me to react. And if I don't, They're louder about it. My bit rate will shift around. They'll do something to the phone. They'll come in chat. They'll, again, and now, since none of that, since I've been proving they've been doing all that, now it's the game. So now, like, just like you saw, as I got to the end there, I had plenty of resources left. I was easily focused. I would have gotten them on literally the first try in the stream. And 3 full moon shots in a row didn't count. And again, I was close enough. They just bam, 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 hit them and did not count. And that was clearly the amount of damage that I needed to do yet. And ever since that first try, again, even the first boss too, easy, no problem. Ever since that first try, it has been totally different. And that's exactly the pattern that we saw last time that we faced the boss too. The exact pattern the very first time, actually. Almost like they have been waiting, you know, they've been waiting for me to get to this, you know. So that's where you gotta rationalize what's actually going on there. So why didn't that count? That's 2 spells in a row that didn't count. Did you see it? Why is nobody saying a single thing conveniently as I'm playing out massive glitches and everything? 2 spells in a row just didn't count. Just now. You saw it. They hit him. Did not count. Why is that? Third. That was a third one that didn't count. So now I have hit him with 3 different spells that have not counted. That's a waste of resources. And it takes more time and health away from my mimic. So a lot of the reason they did this originally was so that because it's clear to me that the person doing this is trying to reverse engineer how to play the game. Almost like they can't see the internet where they are and they suck at this game, so they're just kind of screwing with me because they don't know how to play it. And I have to be honest with you, that's what a lot of it seems like. Like, especially with some of the other stuff that's happening. So yeah, like, you can clearly see it was acting totally different the first time I faced it. That didn't even hit him. Why didn't that hit him at all? You know what I'm saying? Like, that was weird. So again, if you see my resources, I clearly don't have enough left to face the boss. Mimic's still on just right away. Yeah, the boss is totally different than the first time. He had 3 hits left, and conveniently those 3 hits didn't count. Just like on that first boss where the scammer that was in here wanted to show you that they can in fact make 3 hits not count. So I just wanted to show you that. That again, that would happen, and the scammer would be so brazen as to show you, yes, he's right, 3 hits, exactly. I made those 3 hits not count, and then they switched him to that first boss. That is exactly what happened. 3 hits, flat out, did not count. And again, we see things get better for my stream when I explain how I do something. If I explain how I'm doing something and give that secret away, suddenly things get a little better for me for a while. So that's why I say this person clearly has a channel, clearly is on YouTube, and they've shown up with their channel. We know who they are. And again, the whole point is that they have shown up, showing they are a person that, again, they're really bad at games or something like that, and they don't have regular access. Like a lot of stuff's blocked in their country where they are, because of this, because they screw with people and stuff like that. So that's the point. For whatever reason, YouTube's not blocking my streams when they're supposed to be, in that part of the world. So this person is able to see it and able to just screw around with me to get the information they need because they can't use Google or whatever. Why is he focused on me still? Very odd. Just like that intensely focused on me when I was attacking. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Don't think we will. But don't know. It'd be great if the Mimic would do what the Mimic is supposed to do. Oh. Like, I can't ever hit him if the Mimic doesn't do what the Mimic is supposed to do. Accidentally cast twice. Fantastic. may as well die now, because... All because I accidentally cast Switch. I hate that. I hate... Listen, this is so stupid. Just because you want the game to be, like, a certain way, I really can't stand that I have to mount with the things on the same quick thing as mana and healing. Like, that is huge. And the fact that that's always the case, like, I can't just push a button, it's the same button, I will always endlessly screw that up in a boss battle. Once in a while, I'll just hit the wrong button, where, again, because I hit the button that is on the same fucking quick launch as the healing and the mana, literally I have now accidentally, just like you saw, used mana twice in a row. Just because it didn't mount. Just because the wrong thing was selected and I didn't know that. And I know I had it selected, but at some point, I didn't. So, like, it's just stupid that it must be on the same... Yeah. I knew that was coming too. It never fails. It's kind of obvious that there's interference, because when we have this type of reaction to something too, we see that. I actually see that as a very regular occurrence, where I have that type of reaction and I'm actually like breaking something down that's really stupid about the game, and then we see me immediately go into a boss battle where I'm timing things right and I'm getting ahead of it. It's just immediately the boss is relentlessly using his best attacks on me that I can't avoid. That is called interference. There is nothing else to call that except obvious messing with the game, where we see again, just like that first time, the whole boss was different. That first time I played it. Literally, I got all the way to the end, and 3 attacks in a row don't count. 3 in a row. Bam, bam, bam. Hit him right on the side, right on his side, and they don't count. That's just, it's super obvious. And that has been a recurring, very obvious thing, too, where we see, I'm standing there, and I just explaining what's going on with the game, explaining the interference and stuff like that, you know, with something stupid or something that's like really dumb and it affects the outcome of what I'm doing. And then conveniently, again, too many times conveniently after I say that, we go in and we see just what just happened, where the boss immediately focuses all their strong attacks right away. That never happens. Like, it's the sort of thing where it's not supposed to happen like every time like that, yet we see it too often conveniently after I've said something like that. And it just makes zero sense. The Mimic even attacked him. You saw it. I mean, there's your proof right there. You don't need any more proof than that. All I did was run from him. I didn't even attack him. The Mimic wasn't doing what they were supposed to do. Like flat out, you see it. There's nothing else to say. That is bad. And again, the game isn't that way. That is somebody screwing with that, you know, those values. That is that same issue that we see, where, you know, instead of the hit counting as a crit, it just doesn't count at all. You know, 3 times in a row. Immediately his best attack. Immediately his 2 best attacks. And he's still attacking me. No Mimic, me. Wow. Yeah, I mean, like, there's nothing else to say about that, and I have to heal now. I mean, like, that, you see it. That is definitive proof, man. There's nothing else you need to know about that. What is this shit? Twice in a row. You saw it. There is nothing else to say about that. Twice in a row, just now. There is nothing else. That was so fucking obvious. Twice in a fucking row. There is nothing else to say that. Fucking twice. That is unacceptable. And that is obviously interference. The game doesn't fucking do that. There's no way they would have been like, yep, game's finished, where like you just constantly, regularly just have 3 fucking attacks in a row where they just don't fucking do anything. Literally makes 0 sense. That is obviously a problem that is being caused for the stream so that I can't beat the boss. I mean, it's just super fucking obvious. And immediately he's focused on me again. Like, look at this. The Mimic's just running to me. Instead of attacking, he's just standing there. Yeah, there it goes. And you see, again, it's acting totally different. That first time, we didn't have nearly this issue. It's just acting complete opposite of what it would normally act like. Just like those hits that should be crit, instead, they don't count. So that's why, like, they had to fix the thing where it was like 55. That was obvious. So it was opposite. Basically, anytime it was supposed to be crit, it was 55. So basically, it's too obvious the scam, so they make it so it's nothing, so that you think it's like some sort of block or something. No. Literally, it should not do that. Bam, hits him directly, should count for crit because I've hit him previously. That's why it's doing it. Where it's literally supposed to count for a actual bonus, and it doesn't, where he's supposed to get knocked down or something. Remember, that first time we faced him, we saw him get knocked down from Full Moon and shit like that. I haven't even seen that, remember? And that is what that fucking spell does. We know that. Yet it's clearly not. So, you can see the interference. I'm actually going to report somebody here in a minute. Somebody's in here with a bunch of their bots, and I don't want them in here doing that. And they're causing those problems. So I gotta take care of that here in a minute. But immediately you see his best attack. Twice in a row. Oh, twice in a row. Yeah, you see it twice in a row. You see that. How? How and why? Why was he immediately focused on me? That's obvious. That's obvious. I did one attack and the Mimic was like on top of him. Nah. Nope. This is where you have to again notice the things that we have been calling out for too long. I have to get on top of this before they pull it out. So, one sec. Okay. See that? I like went through them again. I couldn't roll out of it either. I had to wait for the entire animation of getting out. It was really weird. Normally I can roll out of it. Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting that I couldn't roll out of that animation that time. Conveniently. Almost just like, you know, trying to change, you know, the no hits to something else. Or, you know, like, just something else causes the... You know what I mean? Like, again, I was sitting there trying to roll out of that. But no, I had to wait until my character stood completely up. Ridiculous. So, again, just another example of complete bullshit interference from a content creator that can't accept the fact that they're bad at video games. So they try to reverse engineer how somebody does something. It's a little bit pathetic. It really is. And that's what they're doing. But we've been proving it. We've been showing it. It's nothing new. It's just getting more obvious now to those that have been paying attention and following along. Oh, I see. I have to hit the ground. That's why. I didn't realize that's what it did. It's if I hit the ground with it. Again, did you hear me rolling out of it? Again, they're sitting here very obviously making it so I can't roll out of things. I was literally trying to roll out of that just now. And I had to wait for my entire animation to stand up. That is complete fucking bullshit. If you can't roll out of the stupid stand-up thing, that defeats the purpose of the fucking medium load bullshit stupid crap that, like, you're allowed to do that. Like, that's the whole point of that. So again, that's not the game. That's, like, very obviously something being interfered with. Again, where it's just a glitch randomly, sporadically happening that's not there. Yet it's just ridiculous how often this is going on. Unbelievable. Immediately again, just like his best attack, just right away. You see that? And now I don't have enough resources. Yep. Now I don't have enough resources. Yeah. It's just the same, it's full of interference like before. Like just constant now. Don't worry, you've been recorded. Oh, well not to YouTube either. Oh, no. Right over. Oh, give me a fucking break. So because I need mana, and again my mimic is just over there. Ridiculous. You just see the massive interference. One thing after another systematically fails. And again, remember how before this person was always very triggered with being called out and being reported, stuff like that. Like they get worse with it. This has been a pattern with this particular scammer. So again, it's no different than the patterns that we've seen before. It's exactly right in line with exactly what we've seen before. Exactly. actually, again, I timed that correctly. I'm not sure, you know what I'm saying? Just immediately, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, the first time we faced him, totally different. And let me just say, too, that it's really suspicious being in a swipe feed, you know, like, again, like a feed where, like, people would constantly come in the stream, and it's the same concurrent number. Like, it doesn't really fluctuate that much. That's always suspicious. That's always very strange. That's a lie. That's a scam. It's, you know, like, it's not real. And we've seen the weirdness in chat already. You guys saw the weirdness in chat, so. Wow. Oh, come on. See, this is just, you can just say that's ridiculous at this point. I even avoided his strongest attack, and he's just completely focused on me. He just got attacked just now. This is absurd. You need to call it. You need to. This is absurd. And now I can't even fall off the edge on my own accord. This is ridiculous. It's so obvious to see what's happening. You know, again, the entire boss battle has been totally different since, again, the first time we faced him. And then every time after that, we explain what's happening. It's very clear what's happening. I explain it very eloquently. And then that changes to something different. So, systematically, it's just one thing after another. And then the boss isn't going to act right either, because then that changes the you know, the dynamic of the movesets of the boss. So just immediately, relentlessly attacking me with his best attack, even gets attacked by the mimic, doesn't pull aggro. That makes no sense. So that's the next thing now. So they couldn't do that the whole time like they did before, because that is an obvious thing. So then they just move it around and shift it to other things. And it just hides it. Immediately best attack. Again, I couldn't roll out of that. I had to stand in it and wait. So, and remember, this has been happening ever since I figured out Roiling Magnum with him. Remember, this has been pretty relentless ever since then. So take note of that. Ever since I found a way around... See, now he's just relentlessly on me. Ever since I found a way around what was happening, and I intelligently showed that I could beat the boss a different way than I was the first time, they changed. So, like, this is the point. This is what always happened. Back with Northgard, with all those games I used to play, anytime I would play it, it was so obvious it was a glitch, so I'd change my strategy to just do something different, and it would throw them off. So now that's what they're doing. There was always to be able to just change. And again, that was part of getting all the data out there and doxing it all over here and harassing me all over this platform for the amount of time that YouTube allowed that. Again, you know, that's what happened here. And it's been happening. It's been going on worse and more relentlessly like this ever since. You know, like the closer we get to anything, again, where the channel's going to grow and we'd reach a certain audience, it's always the same scammy bullshit where, you know, like the game breaks and crashes and even the devs can't figure it out. You know, you're submitting tickets and stuff like that. We're talking about stuff like that where, like, it's not stuff we haven't seen before with other games, too. Where we've reached a certain audience, we're getting thousands of views. We have the view interference. We saw that even with the streams where I'm talking politics and stuff. We weren't even talking politics here. And again, the very first message we see is somebody coming in the stream to say something very negative, very harassing, and talking about politics. And again, we're playing Elden Ring. So that was the first person in chat tonight. And it's been pretty regular with concurrence since then. And so, like, then you see this, you see all this. You get what I'm saying? Kind of obvious to see what's happening there. See what I mean? Oh, now it's changing to something different where now the moveset's inconsistent. I actually called this out earlier where instead of focusing on me, this is actually the most recent one. So it's actually not any different. It's the Mimic not pulling the aggro like they're supposed to. The very moment that full moon should hit, he should have turned around, and he didn't. So whereas like it's telling, see, and now you see the concurrent come in here, almost like they were listening even though they weren't in here. So basically, like what you have to rationalize is this content creator is really bad at games, and they used to be able to communicate with me until I blocked them and stuff like that because they are toxic. And so what they're doing is they're harassing me and causing all these problems with the game so they can reverse engineer how I'm so good at the game. Because I've been able to go through the game, I didn't look anything up, I just do it. And you can clearly see me having to say, that's not supposed to happen, this is supposed to happen. And then you see all the concurrence come in here, you know. And so, like, you get what I'm saying, where it's super obvious, you know, what's going on there. And consistently it's been switching. Like I said, the first thing was just that 3 hits in a row from that full moon spell, we would have gotten the boss on the first try. But we literally were in range, right there, hit him with full moon 3 times in the side. Just didn't count 3 times in a row, and then we confirmed later that we can hit him there. We can. It doesn't matter. Wow. You see this bullshit. You see it. It's ridiculous. Just relentlessly, I have to use 2 flasks now. So, like, just relentlessly on me for absolutely zero reason whatsoever. again, he's gotten hit twice now. So again, it's super obvious to see what's happening here. Anybody can see what's happening here. It's ridiculous. This immediately turns around. Uses his best attack. Wow. And remember, the whole point is that when I got better at this, and I figured out a way to use, you know, something that would work out better with him. Remember, I even called it out, that conveniently we started to see this inconsistency with the boss, where the Mimic wasn't pulling aggro again, like we talked about before. So it just constantly was shifting and changing. Just like before, where somebody comes in and does something different to shift the bitrate around each time. You know, it's not the same thing, so it becomes difficult to figure out how they're doing it. That's why. And, you know, just like, it's the same thing. So yeah, like obviously I don't have the resources for this now. I mean, I called it. I've been calling it ever since. You know, like I said, it's been different ever since the first time I faced him. So, like, again, when we know that I'm like 50-some levels above what I need to be to face this boss, and my constantly attacks just aren't counting, we know what's happening. Like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out, and I'm very eloquently explaining the glitches, and then they change. So they're not glitches anymore. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's very obvious to see what's happening. Kind of like last night, you guys could see my FPS in the top corner of the screen. Remember? Last night, conveniently that worked. But now, today, now that I'm playing Elden Ring, now you can't see it. Even though last night you could see it when I played Halls of Torment. Now, since that's the game everybody was curious about the FPS if I was right, now it's conveniently not showing up. So you see what I'm saying? How, like, just stuff as I say it, you know, like you see what I'm saying? Like, it's super obvious to see the scams. He's just immediately on top of me. For just immediately. It'd be nice if that wasn't such a long sequence, since somebody's screwing with the game. I tried to wait and do it like after, but clearly I was right. I need to do it first. Cause see, he just like swats it away when you do it right away. You don't do something. Just swat your spell. See how I can roll out of that? That's the first time that's worked in a while. And I had to like really mash it to get it to work. See how delayed that was? Again, it's supposed to, you're supposed to be able to just do that right away. And that never works for me. That's why everybody's so confused that I say that. It's supposed to, you can just do that. You can just roll right away. And I can never do that. That is something that's completely, just like, oh, like, what are some other things that are just, we have some other games where, like, just some things are just permanently broken for me. And I've been saying this for how long? And it's after we stream. It's literally always after we stream. Like, it's fine the first time, and then as soon as we stream, when the next time we start streaming, it's broken. That never works the same way again. Imagine that. Makes you wonder, who's doing that? They're just going through it and not hitting it. It's actually the targeting system. I'm targeting him, and then I watch my spell go through him. Just like the glitch in Hitman 3, where I shoot somebody point blank in the face, and it just goes through their head instead. Wow. Remember that? I sure as hell did. I remember it happening a lot. And I remember especially happening during times where lots of people were chasing me and everybody started watching to see how I would deal with it. And I remember then, specifically then, it happening. All the times that something like that happened continuously at those times. Kind of like that. Immediately turns around and hits me. It's not supposed to, that's not how that works. It's not. Like, my mimic is also casted. And so you rationalize that's what the person wants to know. Oh, is that supposed to work like that? Or, you know, essentially they're trying to get more things about the mimic. Then you see again there, he's just attacking me randomly. Why? I haven't even attacked him. Yeah, I'm not dead. I don't know, my mimic's gone. My mimic's basically dead. I have no resources. This is not gonna work. So again, like, you see again how, like, just full-on interference. Somebody's doing this. It's super clear. I am, like, again, I'm like 50-some levels ahead of what I need to be. It's absolutely ridiculous. I'm not gonna survive anyway. So, it's the same scams that we have seen. And I have to go... I need to go report this again. And make sure... we'll have to check and make sure that, well, I just have to check with someone. Because, this is pretty aggressive. It's actually kind of obvious why it's happening. I wonder if I should say it though. I actually know the real reason why they're doing it. Yes, like the other reasons are correct, like I'm correct about the other reasons, but there are some other things. It's actually like for one main other reason. That like more specific to now. I was easily outside of that. I was easily outside of that. Yeah, because all you have to do is run. I mean, so like that's where you can see they're trying to like figure out how to do the, you know what I mean, like, because nobody really explains it. Like, you can just tell what's happening here. So I need to make sure somebody's, yeah, it goes. I'm just trying, a couple things here. It's not gonna change anything, like, obviously, like, you can see, like, there's still massive interference. He just immediately does his best attack. You know what I mean? Like, it's super obvious. Same stuff we keep calling out. Yeah, he's still doing his best attack just right away. Just right away. Still doing that thing, just like relentlessly his best attack. Again, I can't roll out of this. Like, it's not letting it happen anymore. It's just one thing after another that they're doing. So again, it's just like when he does that attack, again, it just goes right through it. It's ridiculous. It's every fucking time. You see, it's literally every fucking time. It's so stupid. Literally rolled out of it, but okay. I mean, you could see that I literally rolled out of that, but okay. And now the mimic is gone. So yeah, like there's the end of that. I'm just gonna. So I have to check. I gotta do something. I gotta check something because I'm still having some pretty massive interference here. Let's just go ahead and take care of this. right. Well, like I said before, this isn't the first time we've talked about this. They've always been working on, that's why a lot more stuff happens now after the stream, whereas before it was always while I was streaming. So now they go to work after the stream, and that's why like all those things start happening where the views are like getting locked and stuff like that, where like it's tricking things and messing things up because they're trying to screw with stuff. And then so like that way, like as soon as eventually I get on, then they can sit here and learn what actually happened. And so like that's what's been going on. And just like I said with the boss battle that we got with the Godskin duo and stuff like that, what they're doing is they're trying to use the psychological. This is why we've been talking about the psychological warfare and stuff like that lately. I'm trying to tell you guys where I'm coming from with a lot of this, especially like being somebody that reacts to K-pop videos and stuff like that. Like, just understand where I'm coming from and stuff like that, and like being the cultural person that I would be if, like what I would represent if I would rise to the top, if I would be allowed to do that. And stuff like that, everything that I do like. Yeah, you have to understand what I'm saying. Like, just, I have a general respect for most things, everything for the most part. Like, and I see value in it, and I can explain it. And so, they can't let somebody like that rise to the top who actually has a genuine chance and stuff like that. So every time we have something that we're good at, that we show that we're good at, they come in and they have to try to mess it up. And if they can't mess it up, they come in the chat and say some really screwed up shit. Or, you get what I'm saying. It's if it's not one thing, it's another. And it's obviously right in line with things that we've seen that they've been following and taking note of, where somebody's come in chat before and said those things, the things that I offered earlier. I am not actually offering that as something I would think. That's something that trolls have said, so that's what they're using. That's why I think that. Because again, that's what the troll has said, and then so therefore they use that knowing that that's a thing that they can actually use, that because they know that people latch on to something quick and funny, just like the memes, just like a certain person, like essentially it's just a quick negative that people will latch onto and agree with, especially that particular audience, those particular people that we've been talking about that listen to that type of narrative. And so you can see it very obviously, needing to happen, like where we are able to go through Elden Ring and show that we're good at it and stuff like that. Show that we're good at the bosses. Remember, there's bosses as I started the game. They probably expected me to suck at it. I expected to suck at it. And then there were bosses in the game where I beat them the first try and they're really hard. And it's sort of like, what the hell? How the heck did I do that? Or the third try and they're really hard. So then they start going to work. And that's what happened to this. I beat the guy before this in the third try. Literally the third try. And then all of a sudden, I beat the first part of this guy on the first try. The first guy here, I beat him in the first try. Yeah. And remember I said, so alright, it's not too bad. I just have to learn the fight, and I gotta keep an eye on my resources, yada yada yada. And then every single time after that, it was totally different. Just like today, where we go in, and every single time after the first time is totally different. Where again, we see like 3 hits in a row don't count. Like we're like, it's just like moving around, where that was what it was for a little while. So since that was getting obvious and I was telling you about that, then it shifted to the mimic not pulling aggro. Basically, they did all these things throughout the course of me playing the game. And as soon as I was going to get to that end boss, they were going to do all of them all at once. That was always, like, that's the point. And again, it's just like right in line with that content creator, where we see other people on here sitting here making content specifically about people that they want to cancel or think are going to get canceled next or something like that, and then conveniently they're covering that and they have more subscribers and stuff like that. um you want to start putting that together. You want to start recognizing those things. So anyway, let's go ahead and watch what happens this time. Still focused on me. The heck, man. How is he just... He's not supposed to do that if you're not... You know what I mean? That's ridiculous. It's supposed to be in front of you. He's gotta be able to see the attack. I even rolled out of that. This is all for the Mimic to lose, you know what I mean? Since I talked about that Mimic. I did the cast there too, and it wouldn't work. That's been happening, but I haven't been saying it, so they wouldn't do it as much. That's actually pretty often that happens, where I go to cast and it just doesn't do anything. Even though I'm not out of stamina. I'm not talking about when I'm out of stamina, I understand that. I'm not talking about that. I'm not even hitting him. He's doing these ridiculous avoiding attacks that he's not supposed to be doing every time. And why is he even focused on me when I haven't even hit him? I did the roll, but didn't do it. Wow, did you see my attack disappear into nothingness? It's still happening. definitely still happening. Just remember the content creator that was always there to screw up every single big stream I was gonna have. Just remember that. I want you to remember that. Immediately, both. Again, just immediately strongest attack. He's been hit several times and he's still attacking me. Absolutely should never happen like that. That is absolute interference. Complete line. Immediately turns around, he's focused on me. Immediately. He's ignoring the mimic. That's what used to happen. So the whole point is that the content creator wants to figure out how to do this the same way I do it, where I'm really good at it, and then while making me look bad at it, and then he's going to do exactly what I do. That's what he's doing. That's what he has been doing. So just go back through and remember that. Remember that's exactly what this person has been doing. And they then go do the thing that I would have done because they're watching. So that way they can learn how to play the game and do it better. But they're going to do that instead. They're going to do it in like the first try instead, where I would have gotten it in the first try. And I remember I almost did. Like essentially it was just about learning to fight, and I didn't understand that last fight even was going to happen, really. So, you know, like, just not knowing that, maybe I would have done it in the second or third try. Just like the first guy that I got here, right before this, I got him in the third try. And so, you know, you have to rationalize. That's obvious to see what's going on there, where... That's about how it went the first time, remember? It went more like that. I'm literally stuck on him. I can't even fucking move. That was so bullshit. Jesus Christ, that was fucking bullshit. I literally was on a mount, moving left and right. I wasn't moving at him, and I was stuck inside him. That was bullshit. That was ridiculous. I can't believe it's that fucking trash. That literally I can get stuck inside the fucking boss. That is garbage. Because that was not me literally just choosing to stand there. No, I recognized I ran into him and I moved to the side. I was stuck in the boss. That's fucking ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Pretty bullshit that he just moves out of the way of my attack. I just cast again and he didn't do it. Literally just like, you know, I had the stamina. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. I literally mounted. Wow. Did you see that? It literally used that in my mana accidentally instead of mounting. I didn't do that. The game did it by mistake. Did you see that? After I had mounted. Because that's how quick I am at pushing the button. I am faster at pushing the button than the game can register. So because that happened, you literally saw how much delay there was where I chose the mount fucking first, but it didn't detect that, and after I had rolled all the way to the mount, the whistle, it then used the mana flask somehow, even though it wasn't fucking selected? How does that ever happen? That makes zero fucking sense. I've already rolled all the way to the mount whistle, so how the hell is it using a mana flask when I've already rolled to it? Yeah, it doesn't. So, if that doesn't show how much interference is happening with the game right now, I don't know what does. Like, that's super obvious. Where I do the right thing, and the game doesn't. That's super obvious. So... I'm probably going to get off here and just follow up with this report because we have to get on top of this. This is extremely bad. And this is what I've been talking about with digital destruction of property, where somebody's destroying the game, but they're doing it in a different, less obvious way. So just like I couldn't play Elden Ring on my Series X after a certain point, they just broke the game entirely. Now, since I proved that, they can't really do that again, or it's going to be kind of obvious if it happens again. So they're trying to do all these other things to get me to not play the game and stuff like that. We have to continue reporting this and investigating this past this point. This is so obvious to see what's happening here. And again, all you're going to see when you go back and look at it too is me, you know, the first time I do it, it's not going to happen. It literally happens totally different than any other time I play it throughout the whole stream. And what you're going to see is you're going to see that time where we get to that end eternal beast, and I hit him plenty close enough 3 times in a row with the full moon spell in a spot where I hit him, and I stood later on in the stream to test it out. It might not have even been too much after that in the tries, but I stood basically in the same spot that I was, but the same distance away to test it. And again, I was close enough. It's pretty obvious to tell. You know, you learn the distance stuff, at a certain point in the game. So that's why they're messing with the mimic to like confuse people that might know how the game works, but not necessarily know casters very well. Basically, the point is they're trying to learn how the game works, and they're trying to get me to explain the distance thing and stuff like that. So it might be something they don't realize and they're struggling with. So therefore, they cause a glitch to make that happen, so that I have to explain it, and therefore they learn it. They can be really good at it, and then they break it for me, just as you're seeing here. So again, what you're going to see is you're going to see 3 times in a row where I am close enough, and that spell counted, but it didn't. It hit 3 times in a row, bam. I cast again, boom, bam, boom, bam. You know, I spend the time and the resources to get that out. I managed to not get hit. You know, the boss is doing exactly what it's supposed to do with the mimic, all that. Conveniently, he has exactly enough health left for 3 hits. If I had hit him 3 more times, conveniently, he has that much health left when I die. And this is after not being able to hit him 3 times in a row consecutively with those full moon spells, where they did make contact, yet they didn't count. They just didn't. They just went for whatever reason. And again, I'm hitting him right there in the side, just exactly where I hit him before. And after that, to test, just to be sure. But I know I can. It doesn't really matter. You know, obviously that guy has a weak spot, but it doesn't really matter. He takes damage. So that, and again, just like the exaggerative, like, there are times where, like, they're doing a move or something and it might go through them, but it's exaggerated there. You saw in that first guy where, like, every time he does that move, it just goes right through him, almost like the targeting system isn't working and is not supposed to do that. The spell tracks him a little bit. Like, so, like, that's ridiculous to actually think that, like, the spell is going to be like that. It's like, well, I get that they can avoid sometimes, but not, you know what I mean? Like, not to that degree. Like, that's the point. Like, it clearly was, like, veered when it shouldn't have been, or just went right through him and didn't count. You know, like where it burst. You saw the full moon burst and just no damage whatsoever. Just like on the end Eternal Beast 3 times in a row. That makes 0 sense. That makes 0 freaking sense. Especially 3 times. 3 times doesn't make any sense. It literally makes 0 sense. And you're going to see that. So I have to get on top of this. And no, we're not talking about reporting to YouTube, because YouTube is behind this shit. No, we're talking about, and also, just so that you know, Microsoft does things like this too. We're having evidence. We're finding evidence that, like, other bigger companies are starting to do this too, where they're screwing with people's games to, with the specific purpose, get them to buy them digitally and play them on whatever digital that isn't, you get what I'm saying, the PC one. And so they're causing all kinds of problems for people that like that and are playing on it and stuff like that, because they're all mad. And just like, they sit here and harass the crap out of people, unless they're really big, because then they can't. Maybe they even help those people. So that's what we're finding evidence of, where these big companies, even Microsoft, seems like they're on board sometimes with, like, because again, there's no way some of the stuff, there's no way Microsoft wouldn't have had a hand in it, where they would have been aware something wasn't the way it should have been for X amount of time. And other things, certain other things that happened with Windows and Microsoft in general, and even with the Xbox and stuff like that. So yeah, Microsoft knows, and let me tell you too, I get horribly harassed, trolled, hated if I even mention Microsoft in a negative connotation. I get horribly trolled, and this is something that like I thought was commonly known. Yeah, I mean, like, it should be pretty commonly known that by now that Microsoft is a shell of what they used to be, but like, how could you not? Well, my what I've rationalized is because they do this. They hide it. So like, I started to rationalize they screw with people's internet and stuff, and then get people to think that things that are happening are because of their internet and stuff like that. So when they find out how fast mine is or this and that, they get really mad because other people can confirm certain things. So, Microsoft, we're not gonna go on forever here, but Microsoft, they have caused some pretty obvious problems over the years, and if they hadn't fixed them, they're the sort of problems where like it was so bad that they would have had to have never made this a problem ever again, or they were causing it. And I'm like gonna be in all denial about it because it was that much of a problem, where it would just be that, like, we're talking like security and stuff like that. And like I said, I have been harassed and trolled hardcore when speaking negatively about Microsoft before. I've had like obvious like censorship where we don't get as many views conveniently on those streams and stuff like that, like at astronomically lower. It doesn't make any sense. And so like, you put those patterns together, you put some of the other ones together, obviously we know that there's always justifications. But all right, for example, let me just put this into perspective for you. If you can download and install something that's 120 gigs, and you can do it in like 5 to 7 minutes, and Microsoft has been telling people for like all these years, like, that their Xbox updates or their Windows updates are going slow because of their internet or something like that. They're just saying that, and even though they know it's not true. Suddenly I confirm this, and suddenly they start figuring out how to, like, they just, things they didn't think to do, like speed tests and stuff like that, and like figuring out how to do it themselves. And so suddenly, like, it starts to make this, like, you start rationalizing, oh right, so now people are smarter with that thing because of this guy, so now they start to screwing with this guy. So that way that all these people that I've been helping and informing about this thing now just make this guy look a certain way to these people that they've been helping, instead of, you know what I'm saying? And then maybe they screw with them a little bit too. So anyway, what you have to realize is that when it takes 20 freaking minutes to download and install a 1 gigabyte update on your Xbox, something's wrong with that operating system. Like again, you are know what you're doing. You can test certain things about the speed. You could do this on other things, and then like you get like what a laughing stock of a joke out of a download and install speed for the Xbox. You know what's going on there, and then like this coincides with Windows too. Like we've seen this crap. And then like the update is like something really small. So then you rationalize they have these, like their indexing is just terrible. Like basically like it's not the hard drive. The hard drive is really fast, right? On the Xbox. Yeah, it's pretty quick. But then the thing that runs, the thing that piles all the files that like again a 1 gigabyte freaking updates for some reason. Oh, it's your internet. No, it's not. It's your stupid OS that can't freaking use the hard drive properly. Just like a framework update, needing a framework update means that when you start a stream, all of a sudden, all your drivers, all at once, are just gonna default to original. That's crap. Are you kidding? That's crap. Just the framework update. Oh, well, if you want to use all that stuff, now it's all gonna break. Just because, you know, framework update. But why? Why would such a system be so poor that like needing an update like that would somehow fix that? You get what I'm saying? It's by design. Like there's no reason. Like how would it have been that bad? My point is I don't know that the developers would do that. I don't know that it makes sense. I don't think that they're seeing it the same way. I think that truthfully, this has been engineered for a long time by enemies so that you and I can't ever, and even the experts now, maybe even hackers and stuff like that, people that are really good with code, can't recognize something that's going on simply because they wouldn't think it's that deep or whatever, you know. Just whatever justification doesn't make them follow that train of thought. That's what the scammer uses. As long as they know that about them, they're never going to figure it out. And that's all it takes. So it's pretty easy to do, and they'll use real life stuff to convince this person. And like I said, if it's this basic as like with me, where they couldn't do this originally, so they just started kind of screwing around and got better with this and this and this and this, you can just kind of see what happens as it escalates, where they get better at it and they adjust, and then you spend an hour or two on the phone with Xbox support about certain things about the game being broken and stuff like that, and then all they want to do is for you to give them the the game so that you can activate it digitally and you'll never have to worry about that again. I don't know, man. But I think that you need to see that for what it is. We don't get the 3 hits in a row. Again, stuff we would recognize as things in the game that do happen, but then other stuff that, all right, it's supposed to look like all of the little things that Elden Ring does that you wouldn't know from learning the game and playing it. But it's not. It's not those things. Like there is a thing where like if they're doing an attack, you can't make your hit, and your hit doesn't count. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about like all the times where he's just standing there after he did an attack, and it hits him in the back, and it's like, and it's like full moon, and it doesn't do anything. He's just standing there, like he had just finished an attack, but he's just standing there. I'm talking about that. Yeah, I mean like, and we're talking about like when I can see I'm targeting him, but then the tracking goes like wonky for like half a second, where like he does the attack, and it's clearly like that little thing that it does where it does sort of go through him when he does the attack where it doesn't count, it cancels it out. But instead, you see it like sort of kind of slightly go around him, like right at the last second, where he didn't like really avoid it. It was like, how do you avoid that? That doesn't make any sense. It just like changed its course for a second. I saw that a couple of times, and I'm like, what the heck was that? And that's where we get the thing where it's like 45 or 44 damage instead of, you know what I mean? Instead of nothing. That's where that's happening, and I'm like, So, yes, I understand that Elden Ring does that, where like it doesn't really count, and you can technically avoid it with the attack by dodging. So since the attack is fast, that's technically like that boss dodging out of the way of the attack. I understand that. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like things that don't make any sense. We're talking about not that. We're talking about using that with all the people that would rationalize it as that. You know, like essentially using that in their brain where they don't like me, they don't like my channel and the way I say things and stuff like that. And that psychological impact that would have on these people where they could systematically just use that over and over and over to justify why those things are happening. But meanwhile, I'm saying there's nothing that you can justify over certain things where I'm literally proving, like the full moon 3 times in a row. That doesn't make any fucking sense. You know, that's not he's doing an attack, that's 3 times in a row, it doesn't hit. Yeah, I already pointed out the yeah, it's not there. That the FPS is gone from, and it's not like I did anything. It's still there for me. But if you notice the stream from last night, Halls of Torment, it was there randomly, and it never is it? But it was randomly there on the stream last night. Yeah, and then conveniently when we're playing again now. But that conveniently, that stream was censored. If you notice, the concurrents weren't up there or anything. Like if you go see it, like you'll see that. You'll see that the concurrents were nothing. It was basically censored, and then that's why you can tell that's why we had a high FPS rate, and this camera is showing this doesn't want people to see that. So that's the point. Like, they probably thought, since I was talking about how low it was on Elden Ring, I may have been playing Elden Ring next or something like that. Like, they probably did that to make that happen, where that should be there all the time. Yeah, that shit should be there all the time. But whoever's doing this, probably Microsoft, that doesn't want that there all the time, is removing it. Even though I have it there all the time. It's mine. I can use it. They're just removing it. They're just hacking the FPS counter to be there or not be there. Because it's right there. I can see it right now. 60 FPS is what it says right this second. Now it's 61, now it's 60. Yeah, you guys can't see it. Imagine that. So, I gotta go follow up on this. But it's obvious to see what's going on, and I hope that you can follow that logic, especially with some of the things we were saying there, where it's just supposed to seem a certain way, and then you know how we can trace that and follow those patterns throughout the course of the channel. Seeing some of the other games where I was trying to call out stuff that didn't make any freaking sense, where it's like, whoa, 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 this isn't like I can lose at a game, that's fine, I don't care, but like the bullshit where it's like it's clearly somebody's making the game messed up. They know that's the thing. Remember a long time ago when shit don't work, remember? That was like one of the, remember all the stuff that they learned that was like a list that weird person came in chat and asked me. Remember, he's just a scammer. And they were always doing this. And then new ones jumped on board. So anyway, thanks for watching. I really appreciate it, guys. Appreciate your, the ones that are here to support me and not, obviously the scammers, the weird ones. But I appreciate my supporters. Thank you, guys. The real ones. Appreciate it. Thanks for hearing me out.